All right, cool. Cool. Getting this chart squared away here. So crazy enough, right? Remember yesterday's stream? if you guys remember specifically, we were looking for a retest of specific level, right? And here was that level. Remember, we had this bullish zone right here. And I said, once it broke, I wanted to see this level turn bearish, right? And give a retest. And Trump was speaking yesterday. So what the market did was literally waste all of this time until Trump started speaking right at 4 p.m., retest the zone, and then continued bearish. All right. You can't make this stuff up, bro. That's time distortion at its finest. And good thing, like I said, we're catching on. Like, it's starting to get pretty obvious that the markets are just distorted right now. And thankfully, it's not, affecting my gains. We have gold on the other hand. Remember, gold offered the same profile where once we broke here, I wanted to see price push back into here. Oh, that's the 15 minutes. So let's go look at the 5. All right, yeah. So I wanted to see price push back into here. And as you can see, it pushed a little bit further, right? But when you tap into it, we didn't break any structure. So there's no reason to short this anyway. What happens is price just pushes a little bit higher up into this area, which is identical to the weekly open, right? So you can see that it's still bearish. And then the same level that was broken here, which was this high right here. Once price broke this high, we said once price breaks it, it's confirming that it wants higher. What did it do? Pull back for Trump to manipulate, taps right into this weekly open or previous weekly low and skyrockets. And then you get that. If you notice, right, you'll see here, both charts were going up for a little bit. That's not what we're looking for. And then here you see both charts pretty much ranging in Asia. But once we tap this weekly level, this green line, you see the inverse correlation pick right back up. You see now we're going lower where this London session is going higher. And then what do you notice here? We're going higher again in New York. This tells me that once we start seeing that break of structure, which we look like we might have it here, this move right here may give us the short. I'll keep my eyes on this zone, this up close candle right here that was flipped. All right. I would definitely be looking at that for a continuation lower because we're bearish. We are bearish as can be, all right? And then over here, we have what's going on over here. Let's see what's going on over here. Let's see. All right, so you see price finally showing some algorithmic recovery. Can't just go lower all day long, right? If we look at yesterday, 30-minute point of view, we had New York session dump, one pullback, dump. So now you have this entire range that price could pull back into, right? You got a discount up above 23,750. You could see price get back up in there. You have these previous daily low levels. You have the EMA up here. Price could literally retest that, right? So what I will do is I will look for price to offer something that makes sense, right? And then see how that performs on a retest. Keep my eyes on those two. But realistically, 9:30 opens. We have, if this ends up being a clean area, you can literally just see price tap into something like this and continue lower, right? does not have to get any more complicated than that. So let's see what happened at 9:30. Mark off this 9:30 open, and the games have begun. Games have begun. Really one trade so far this week. One trade so far this week. Really nice push here. And then let's look at the 4 hour. I want to know what we are potentially bouncing off of. Got this down close candle right here. I'll highlight it. Really nice. Extend that to the right. Make it gray. Booyah. Another down close candle here. All right, nice. So that's where price is bouncing off right now. We're actually still inside of that area, and we haven't tapped that on ES. Yeah, I don't think we're truly bullish just yet, man. So I'm actually going to erase this zone. I'll keep the ES one. So what am I noticing here, right? I'm looking for a breaking structure that makes sense. And if you notice, we have this SMT with this breaking structure, which makes me like it. All right. We take out that high. All right. And we're tapping into here. Yeah, I might short this. Gold rejecting. Yeah, I think I'm going to get ready to short this. SMT off of here. Let me see here. Dang, don't move so fast, kid. Oh my goodness, I may have to play gold, guys. Man. All right, so what happened over here on gold? We see this sweep here. I need to break a structure over here. We got the break here at 9:30, but I don't see any break. Unless you count, maybe. Yeah, I need to see a closure through here. There it is. Closes through there. Same thing here. Got the closure through. Let's see if price can give a nice strong move here, because this is running, bro. Come on, bro. But you can see how these areas are almost, it's obvious. It's obvious. The hard part lately is just getting in before it runs. This is crazy. It didn't even give you a chance. So let me see here. Let me draw it up before. Maybe it might pull back, right? So we have this rejection here off of this order block. Settings, extend right. No. Red. All right, we close underneath all these up close candles after that SMT. This is my zone here, right at 925. Perfect. I want to see price push into it, show some rejection. That's exactly what we get there. All right, YM hasn't tapped into that zone yet. Fair enough. Gold still, I'm putting an alert here. I want to know when gold closes underneath here. All right. Nice. So what I'm looking at now is, are we able to highlight the lower time frame structure in here? So this was at, this was at 9:45. Price taps into it. So by 9:50, I want to know how price is responding. Okay, yeah, we might be able to get a retest. All right, so you see that the last up close candle is here. So that's going to be my lower time frame point of interest for a retest, if it wants to retest. Kill these background colors. Save that. Let's go, man. Let's go. Let's go. All right. You see gold over here taking its time, but gold, I think, is going to break through here any minute now. I'll highlight this candle for anticipation purposes. 950 to 955. Closure underneath here should leave behind this area right here for potential continuation. And then over here, I want to know what candle broke here. We had boom, 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 boom. All right, yeah, so right here, once we broke here, you want to see price tap into something like this. Tap into here, give you that push out, which we already see at 945. So up until 950. And there goes your point of interest right here. Make that yellow. See if we can get a drive, which it looks like we're already tapping into this level. It's okay. We may be able to just short gold here in a second. Yeah, bro, I want to short gold. So looking at this, right? Alerts going off. Notice we haven't pulled back yet, so I'm watching for these specific levels in here. And that'll be my trade, something like this. If it pulls back, if we can reject that, pull back, or even if price were to pull back up in here, I still like the short. Kill these background colors. Wow, so you can see price hasn't pulled back at all here, which pretty much ruins that trade idea. But we could get a pullback here on gold. And I learned something new about trading view here. You could draw up your trade. Let's say something like this, right? And normally you would have to pull up the risk calculator sheet, but if you right click and you go create limit order, it'll draw up the measurements exactly to your visual here, right? So now I can just click right here and lower it, so it would be 10 for 500, right? So now it's done, just like that. I know, like, I don't have to do any calculations whatsoever. It matches whatever you put your visual to. All right, so that'll be 10 micros on the gold for a trade like that. Let's see if this plays out here. It's strange because look how far away we are here. So I would anticipate we're probably going to pull all the way back down into here before going higher, maybe. Unless maybe there's a fair value gap or something price wants to respect, which could lead for gold to push a little bit deeper into this range. We'll see. But I'll probably do something like this to be safe. Don't need much. So this would be like 10-point stop, 5 contracts. Yeah, something like that. And just like that, right? You should anticipate a deeper pullback on gold because oil is nowhere near the demand zone at the moment. And there goes your pullback. All right, nice. And then meanwhile, I can draw up my areas of interest for these two here. We did not tap into that. See how this candle closes. So what do you notice? We're getting a new point of interest here. We take out this high right here. So we're getting a new order block. This one was just left. We didn't even bother tapping into it. All right. And now we're getting this order block right here where we take out, it was this high right here. Take out this high. Boom, 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 boom. All right, I can erase this. Do we take it out? Yeah, we take out this high here. Then we leave this order block here. So this is where price should pull back into if we want to get a clean continuation. I'll be down for that setup. Pull back into there. And then over here, right, you see you have a much closer zone that price is pushing back into that could hold up. And now you see gold pushing back into its primary zone. So now, if price is able to turn aggressively here, I would wait for price to get back underneath this black line, back underneath this EMA. That would confirm to me that I like lower here. So we'll see. I'll set some alerts down in here. All right. Crossing down. All right, cool. So that's that. You see the pullback over here, right? We haven't tapped into, maybe you could use this down close candle as well. Right? Oil could be satisfied with that. But now you're seeing the pullback, right? You see how these are really giving you the best correlation you could ask for. And then here we are. Let's see if price can actually give you a good drive. Because this first sell-off was way too quick, right? So we expect a pullback. Where would it pull back into? These up close candles here is what I would anticipate. Yeah, that's what I would anticipate. Boom, boom, boom. So let's see if it gives a decent bounce. You know, I would much rather trade NASDAQ, but you know, just gotta wait and see. And there it is. There it is. Now watch how gold responds here. This is gonna be important. Oh my goodness, these are ripping. Are these ripping too? No. See, something's not right. Gold is being manipulative because oil hasn't broken any structure whatsoever. Oil's still respecting this point of interest, right? Yeah, you see gold way up here. Let's go to a 5-minute chart. Let's see how this candle closes in the next 1 minute. If this candle wicks down and fails, this is going to be perfect short confirmation. You just need to see a strong rejection come out of nowhere. All right. Hold on, let me grab my glasses, bro. These computer lights really do dry your eyes out. All right, cool. So, long story short, I will not believe that we are. Oh, I need to turn these colors back on. I don't know where we are right now. All right, so we took out. We're well above London's high here. Already taking out London's low. So yeah, if I'm truly thinking that price is about to flip here, what do we tap into? Really not much, bro. Still inside of this bearish range, right? Not much going on here. Still looks bearish. But if I'm expecting price to actually flip and continue going higher on gold and then go bearish on oil, I need to see this green zone right here taken out. So that's why I put this lock right here. If we don't end up slamming underneath here, similar to what we did here, right? So all I'm doing is using these time correlated swing points. So this swing that was broken on gold right now, this was created at 920 and 850, these highs right here, right? Right, when we break those, notice these same timestamps over here have not been broken. So this entire area right here, from 850 to 920, these lows need to be broken on oil before I truly believe that this is flipping to go lower. If it stays above here, And this is telling me that gold is manipulating right now. Let me check the news. Oh, we have news at 10 a.m. That's what that was. So here's our news, right? News could literally just manipulate. And then we go right back to the course of events. And thankfully today, the president is set to speak after the market closes. Right? So that's important to note. So consumer sentiment came out at 10 a.m. and we get this massive spike here. But oil doesn't even flinch. All right. Boom, boom. FOMC members speak. So nothing else on the table for the rest of our session. Notice oil looks a-okay. Notice these assets here have failed to go higher, which it should, you would think, right? You would think. You would think it would go higher. You would think, man, but I think gold is going to be the short. Just got to wait for it to get back in that bearish territory. Honestly, even if it pushes like any flip, we flip this right here. It's like we're already like extremely bearish on gold right now. So I'm just looking for a break and retest of a up close candle. So we're breaking here. Let's see if you get that retest, slam lower, break the EMA. We'll see. Or we might actually try to push up here. What's going on down here? Is there a macro play? Let's see. Low, no market structure shift yet. It's probably about to. All right, because if we're not ready to go lower yet, there are a few areas in here that can be retested before price starts going lower again. I doubt if it just continues lower, right? We're already showing life over here on gold for higher. This might short, bro. Let me see here. Let's draw this up. Stop above that last up close candle. Target down here. 1.5. Boom, boom. This would be about 3. Yeah, 3. All right, so yeah. That would be 3 contracts. If this holds right here, we start slamming back underneath it. I love the retest right now. If this holds, similar to over here, right? Notice everything over here is holding up right on cue. See if this retest actually sends price back underneath this EMA or not. Oh, there goes the push. Yeah, I think we're about to get this break and retest model here. Beautiful sell-off. There it is. Gold is probably pushing now, yeah. Okay. That's crazy. Right on cue. That's what I'm looking for right there. All right, so now you got that macro style where you get a sweep, accumulate, pull back, break a structure here. This could be some sort of unicorn here where you just buy this fair value gap. All right. This could be something where you would literally just buy the fair value gap. I don't want to trade it, but you see how it fits into the concept that I'm looking for. We're pushing off this previous monthly low, pushing off a 10 a.m. price. You got a weird volume imbalance sitting down here, right? And the whole idea is that we need to push higher in order to go lower, right? I would love to see price retest. All right, I would love to see price retest here. It's 10:15, 10 a.m. right here. 10:30. Who knows how long it'll take, right? That's the catch. It's a Friday. Market's been selling off aggressively for quite some time now. And then if you remember this fake scam report by Trump on Monday is where we're headed back towards, right? So we're pretty much there. It may not hit it today, but if it wants to save it for next week, no big deal. That should be where price is essentially headed, right? And we've already taken it out over here on okay, so yeah, that tells me we should continue lower for YM then. We took it out on ES and NQ. Let's check gold. Did gold have one of those spikes? It should have, right? On Monday. Yeah, so gold ultimately has to take that out as well because it was all a lie. All a lie. Okay, here we go. We're getting some pressure in here, kid. We are getting some pressure in on gold here now. Right? Notice how every area where you would anticipate lower is getting blasted. All you need to see is for oil to flip, and that'll completely change the narrative for today. That'll change it to now we're bullish across the board and bearish on oil. Really nice, man. Let's go. Macro traders. I'm sure there's a lot of traders who took that 1 minute fair value gap right here. Like this trade right here. Stop below volume imbalance. Target 2R, whatever they like to target. I don't know. But how I see it, I think we continue to go higher here based on gold. And then we'll just keep our eyes on how this ends up closing because we're revisiting more bearish territory. Maybe we start to reject here. Let's mark this off. London high. London high, Asia low. And then even this is a nice previous session high. But yeah, let's see, man. I would love for price to keep it simple here and just continue trending. Oil has been trending nicely. All right. So besides this fake move lower here with Trump speaking yesterday, look how clean oil has been trending. As if it really wants to take out this high. We can keep that trend going here with this pullback, survive it, start flipping bearish. We are right on time. 5-minute chart, 5-minute chart. And there we go. All right, YM pushing back into this key area here. This is beautiful. Got to keep an eye out for the buys as well because we did offer SMT down here. It's the only thing that's catching my eye right now. For the long. SMT off the low. But if you ask me, I would say this isn't a valid swing point, so I'm actually gonna disregard that. I like shorts, man. Only way I like to buy is if we actually start closing above these bearish levels up above. Look at the strength that we're getting from oil here. No doubt about it. Yeah, I like it, man. One thing I don't like is how far gold has moved past the EMA here. Let's check silver. Silver this bullish? It is. Nowhere near those London highs though. Yeah, we're chilling, man. Let this do whatever it needs to do before the real move, and I'll check back. I think it's gonna go higher for a little longer here, at least until we can tap into these levels. Then we'll get a better idea of what's actually going on. Let me see. Let me see. Thank you. Come on, let's get some pressure here, man. It's gonna be tough, bro, because this EMA is so far away. Yeah, it's tough, man. But if you're looking at this previous move right here, you would say what? I would say that we are bearish off of this up close candle here. That fails, breaks. This zone right here is bearish as could be. All right. So with that being said, we may not need to wait for this EMA. Let me see. Let's zoom into here. What's going on over here? We got this 2:10 a.m. candle. You got this last attempt right here to go higher at 2:35. And then we have 2:10. So there was this up close candle here. And then so this area right here is the heartbeat of this higher time frame zone, if you want to be precise. See how price responds. Yeah, we're getting a lot of selling pressure right out of that zone. If we start respecting this, bro, you gotta short this, kid. You gotta short this, kid. Look at oil continuing to push here. Yeah, I think you gotta short this. A 1 minute EMA break, maybe even a 2 minute EMA. Oh my goodness, it's so overextended, bro. And here goes the selling pressure. So looking back at how this was able to turn here, I like how price created the zone, retested, broke the EMA, and then respected the EMA, right? So that's what I'm going to look for here. Same type of deal. respect the zone, break the lower, give you bearish areas, and then gets up under here. Because in reality, if this is the genuine top of this move, it's going to be a nice move lower. So you really don't need to rush into it. You can wait for extreme confirmation if you need to, which I believe would be off of this bearish candle here. I like this reaction. All right. And I want to know how this bearish candle is going to hold up here. So I'll mark this off. Another bearish area of interest, right? I'm thinking this should be the one that actually holds up. The other ones were a little premature, but oil has given us no reason to think that we're going to flip. So we should continue to look for shorts on gold. Same thing over here. Looking for shorts. Oh, YM. Hold on. YM taps into our zone. YM gives you this bearish candle. Inside of this bearish candle, you get 1020 to 1025. And you get, booyah, you get your area of interest. Let's see if we can tap into that. Let's see if we can tap into that. I like lower. We weren't able to push all the way up into these levels here, but we do have this imbalance. We do have this massive bearish candle. So if price wanted to just use YM to do the dirty work, I've seen it before. Here goes that rejection that I'm looking for over on gold. I'm probably end up taking gold because you're getting an extreme discount here. All right. So yeah, I'll probably end up taking gold, guys. Look at it. This is going to be it. 5. Give me 3 contracts here. Entry price is going to be underneath this, yeah, like that right there. Underneath this EMA. 4442. All right, 4442. Looking for this right here. That's going to be 1.8. So I'll bring it up to 1.5. Yeah, 1.5 R. Waiting for a closure underneath. Draw this up, screenshot it, send it in the chat so they know exactly what I'm looking for here. Three micro gold. YM doesn't even tap the level. Looking under 4,442. I love how this level held up. We highlighted this bearish candle. Price taps into the bearish candle, slams lower. The last level that I want to see broken is this EMA. All right. Oil looks A-okay. Gold is moving very strongly right now, so we should see a fast delivery once price starts moving. And you see everything else moving to the downside here. All right, cool. So that's the game plan. Boom, boom, boom. 1 minute chart. We're already rejecting that 1 minute EMA. I might even take it off the 1 minute, kid. Let's see what the 1 minute did over here. See, the 1 minute didn't really hold up how I would want it to. You broke it a few times. But once you got a gap through on the 1 minute, it was A plus. Yeah. So let's see. We did gap through on the 1 minute. I think it's getting ready. Like I said, there's a lot of downsides, so I really don't want to get too caught up getting in too early, you know? Boom, boom, boom. Mark off some levels here for oil as a potential levels of rejection. Push up, boom. Push up, boom, yeah. Got a couple levels in here. Cool. Cool. And then now here we are closing underneath the EMA again. And we have more areas of interest for a retest. Up close candle there. 5. Boom, 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 boom. This one at least taps the EMA, which makes it respectable. And boom. Yeah. Boom. See if any of those come into play. Getting that push lower here. I'm going for short. Here goes that push back into these levels. What do you know? It's 10:30, so that power of 3 is right on time. We should open higher here. Retest something in here. And continue. Beautiful. And what do you know? We have another bearish gap here. We're bouncing off this 2 minute EMA. Oil has a displacement lower that it could fill in and still be bullish. This looks extremely textbook. Let's see how this plays out. I'm cool with the short at like 44. Notice that EMA is getting tighter as we stay in this area. The EMA is going to be going up, giving us a better entry price once it breaks. So I can get in like 46s, 45s, cover that high. Yeah. Tap into here yet? No tap, no tap. And what was the contract if I did 3? Yeah, 3. Really 2? But 3 is fine. So $100 over 500, not bad. But I'll probably just bring my stop a little bit lower like that. Yeah, 4, 4, 4, 5, 44, 45, 3 contracts, 20-point stop. Nice. All right. Let's see what we get here. Pushing back into these zones. Nice. All right, looks like these are taking off, which is trash, bro. Come on, bro. Where's gold at? I'm waiting on gold, bro. Don't let today be the day where gold is like, I just refuse to sell today. But so far, this is a clean sell signal on YM. However, we are basically at these lows right now, which may end up making price reverse back up. Interesting. I don't understand what's the hold up here on gold because oil is flying and it hasn't stopped flying. These should not be going the same direction. Right? This has been going the same direction since about 10 a.m. But I love how the power of 3 is telling me, all right, gold opened higher at 10. We've been pretty much trending higher over here since about 10:20. So if I find 10:20, we should see a high put in. There it is. Right. So we're looking for a high to be put in on gold. 1020 matches the bottom here on oil, which retested this area. So if you ask me, any moment now, it's gonna try and dump. I'm just hoping that it's not extremely fast and uncatchable. Also, I'm hoping that this is not a sign that gold is just refusing to go lower. You know what I mean? I don't want to get in and then we just see a bunch of chop and a bunch of nothingness. However, everything points to lower. This level is holding up beautifully. Everything else is pretty weak as well. So what can I say? I don't want to be buying this for sure, so guess we'll just continue to wait here and see what happens. You guys see this? Like, this is almost, it confirms everything we all talk about online, right? What do you notice, right? All of London session, perfect inverse correlation, moving down on metals, moving up on oil. But what do you know? Magically, right at 9:30, literally right at 9:30, prices going down. Boom, both start going the same direction, aka automatic manipulation enters the market right at 9:30, and now we're magically trading the same direction, right? I don't think we're bearish anymore. I think that's enough to convince me that we're probably about to go bullish. Let's take a look at a few things that could be bullish here. So we have this down close candle. We closed through it beautifully, and now look how price is holding up off of this down close candle. Yeah, guys, you can see, right? You start to see the clues. It's like, bro, something's not right. And we're getting SMT off of this low. Something's not right here, my friends. But I'm just not a fan. I'm sorry. Not a fan of it. If it wants to go higher here, I don't even think I have a strategy that I could implement for this. Unless we start breaking this high right here, you know. We take this high out, then I get it. Yeah. Take this high out, I can look for a break and retest. But by that time, you missed the whole move up. So lame. What good thing is we can identify the manipulation now. Like, this is beautiful. You can't tell me that this is a manipulation now. 100% confirmed, right? So now all I have to do is be patient and wait for the manipulation to stop. And once the manipulation is over, which it looks like, if I had to guess, oil hasn't really lied to us much, right? Oil has been as bullish as it could be. Here we have tons of buy side up above, but we're still in a bearish range, right? So we could easily see this drive higher fail on gold and silver. You know what I mean? So no big deal. I'm actually about to find me a movie to watch, kick my feet up, figure out what I want to do for lunch. Yeah, you can see the manipulation is thriving here. And honestly, I would love to buy this, man. How would I play this? How would I play this? How would I play this? I wouldn't. I would just let it go, bro. Once we break here, then I'll be a fan. I think that's the safest way to go about it. Found me a movie, Terminator it is. Terminator. The Arnold Schwarzenegger. Look at gold. Yeah, we're bullish. Close through it, push back into it. The EMA is literally a major component here. So notice how we're just now breaking that EMA on YM, but we still haven't done anything like that on ES or NAS. However, this is a great start for higher. Not sure where price would want to go. Maybe just literally push right back into this upper zone here from earlier. That would even make sense to me. But this literally confirms everything we've been speaking on. Why is New York session so choppy? Why is it so manipulated lately? The algorithm immediately goes into manipulation mode. And gold just proved that. These haven't been trading the same way all day long. Yet 9:30 opens and they feel comfortable going the same way again. Parabolic move. Any news come out? Let's see. Check the news sources. Bitcoin falling under 66,000. I don't see much, bro. It's just pushing right now. So yeah, I'm gonna go ahead here and wait for this breakout. Today looks like it wants to be bullish. Fine by me. Does YM take this low? No, yeah, you're seeing the flip right before your eyes here. SMT off of this low. All right. Flip this swing. Failure to go lower from this one. We tapped into it very nicely. Tapped into the EMA. Failed to break 10 a.m. And now we're showing strength. Ah. Man, 1122, and it doesn't really look appealing if you ask me, man. Doesn't look appealing at all. Failed to break this high over here. The one thing I do like is this right here. This looks clean somewhat, but it's like, yeah. All right, it's barely, we pushed through this high. Maybe you say that this, I guess you could say this is a nice swing higher. Push up, close through on all charts. I think you could say that's pretty clean, but yeah, you could say that's clean just because it happened on all three charts. Here we go, bro. Here we go. As soon as you think it's bearish, look at it. Oh my goodness, kid. Oh my goodness. Just begging people to get in trade. There we go. Now we're getting the flip. All right, we're officially bullish here. Let's see if we can get a nice, strong area of interest for, there we go, yeah. Once we start breaking this high here on NASDAQ, I love that. If you pay attention, right, just looking at the time, this low was put in at 1035. This low was put in at 1035 over here. All right, so I'm watching it to see if we can actually break it on oil, which we just did. We get that push higher, slam underneath it, closing, beautiful. That's going to give me my first sign of weakness, the first sign of any kind of weakness on oil all day. And then you have this level down here with the lock next to it. Once we get through that, we for sure are bearish, but this is the first sign that I like here. And I love how it's correlating with this level here, over here on NASDAQ and ES. So if we can get a strong close across the board here, that's going to confirm what I want to see. It's 11, so not too late. Price could start getting ready. Let's go. So the low that I'm interested in is this low here, right here, 1115. $11.15. And then this low here, 1045. 1045 low never taken. 1025. All right. So there we go, 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 there we go. Eli, come here. All right, guys. So I am going to try this short on gold. It's a little bit too bearish if you ask me. We finally get this flip of this EMA here. So let's give this short a stab. All right, so where am I shorting from? We have, let's see, I'll need to see silver. Let's see silver. Can silver cooperate with us here? We have this high right here. We have this high right here. I just like the fact that we just reclaimed this 2-minute EMA for the first time all day and it's respecting it. That's literally it. It ain't even much else to go off of. We know that it's not supposed to be going the same direction as oil. I can go 2 contracts there. And then look for a nice move lower. All right, cool. So 2 contracts, 25 points. All right, make this bigger. Let's see. I think I want to screenshot this. Let me go back to the 5-minute real quick and the 10-minute. So you get this flip here. This is your flip right here. I just feel like it's bearish move, bro. Everything is selling off. Yeah. Get this flip here, push into it, close through right here. 1250 to 1255. Looking for that up close candle that would do us some justice here. On the 1 minute. 5-minute chart. Boom, boom, boom. Yeah. Flip, boom, tap into it. Boom. This move right here at 1250 is what catches my eye. 1250. And I'm looking for a drive. Yeah. I like the short. We tap right into the bottom of this yellow zone and continue lower. All right. What time did we tap that? We tapped it at 57. Yeah. Another strong move to the downside. I'm going to try that with a tight stop, about 20 points here. Yeah, something like that. See if price can give another strong move lower. Don't want to see it break this yellow box. If we get above here, I'm going to wrap it up. I'm done. I'm waiting. I was waiting for like a good setup over here, but you can see that it's just trending lower. EMA got a hold of it and it's just dumping. So now I'm going to look for a play on gold here. And that's going to be, why does it go up like that too, bro? Yep. Add a little bit more. Actually, what does 3 look like? 3 with a 600 stop. I'll take that. Yeah. You should see some speed as well. Yeah. 45.04. And that's 3 micros. 2440, right? Or how many points was it? 2435, I should say. Well, 20 for 30. If we get this continuation lower here, I'll try that. It's one of those trades you just gotta walk away because who knows how long it's gonna take. But I like how we finally flipped this 5-minute area here, and we had all right, let's see if this holds. If this holds, it's gonna be a beautiful short. If we get above here again, I am running away from this. I love that we just retested this though. That is nice. So you need to see a quick slam off of it. You get that slam off of it, close your underneath here. I'm short around 50, well, 500s, 504s. Let's see if this delivers. I'm looking at silver as well. Taps right back into that zone. Good pressure off of it right now. And the main deal for me is how oil is truly refusing to go lower. Oh, bro, what just happened, bro? Okay, so we're retesting this area here. Same area. Yeah, we're retesting this right here. Down close candle. Showed good resistance. Needed to continue to bounce over here. Nice rejection so far. Let's get that follow through. It's 1 o'clock. So at this point, gold has been pushing up all New York session. And like I mentioned before, these two charts should not be going the same direction. So I was just waiting for price to start respecting bearish structure and then for oil to respect bullish structure. And you start to see that here. A nice follow through will let me take this trade. What time is it? 109. And we don't have anything else. On the table. Like I mentioned though, if we get above here and close above this yellow box, I'll just walk away because it's just a whole bunch of nothing at this point. You would expect a clean short by now. So if it feels like it needs to manipulate even more, that's not the type of trade I'm looking for today. And today's Friday. Yeah, we're chilling, man. Oh, we got a spike over here too. What's up with price right now, bro? Now, see, now this looks fire. Now I could even short over here now. We're tapping into the areas that I wanted to see hit. This is it right here, yeah. That upper zone here. 55. Yeah, like these levels up in here are fire. we tap right into the base of here, barely. Oh man, why did it stop? But at least YM gives you that drive here. I'm sorry, ES gives you that drive. That's so strange, bro. I should just put my order in. I feel like it's about to be something weird. You're gonna get a fast move lower. This is just sitting. What price is that? 5, 4. La da dee la da da doo. Yeah, these should be running over here, right? Not necessarily, but they look pretty strong over here to me. Got a drive on YM all the way up into that key area. Yeah, that first 1155. Yeah, 1155. Well, I guess you could say this is probably it too, man. This is so lame, bro. The catch is like, why are we so bullish on oil yet gold is refusing? It's okay. I'll give it like I said, this is all that I would work with here. Anything outside of this range of 54,000, I'm sorry, my goodness, 4,520. I do not want to deal with this trade. But a sharp move back underneath these lows would be exactly the type of reaction I would want to see from this yellow box. And another sharp move higher over here. We're getting a lot of bearish moves over here as well. So, yeah. Just making sure this is exactly what I want. Boom, boom, boom. I don't like that we never tapped into this zone up here. But why would it, bro? Why would it on a day like today where we've just been ranging? We have this area here. Yeah, it might be over with, guys. Because I would want to see, once we break this bullish area, I want to see shorts off of this up here. You do have these yellow zones inside of these fair value gaps, which are essentially just 1 minute order blocks, right? You see an attempt to go higher and fail, and then we tap into it and start flipping back bearish. That's a good reaction for lower if price is truly in a rush, right? And then you have the same thing over here, order block, order block. All right, price taps into it twice. Once slams lower, twice slams lower. I just don't see any reason to be buying. You know what I mean? And here goes gold pushing. Yeah, I'm gonna take this, man. Why not? Yeah, I'll set my order there. See if we can get a fast move lower here. Put my stops above here. Let's see if we can get a fast move lower, man. And if I'm doing this, this would be about, bro, this is so strange, bro. Look how different the prices are. And then you have, yeah, I like it. I like it. Let's see if this one can maintain this EMA and just give a fast move lower. You don't know how long this would take, but at this point, you would assume, let me pull up my timestamps, see if there's anything in the way here. All right, yeah. So we have this previous weekly low here. That would be the first draw. And I would want to see a fast move here. Isn't that strange though? Like if I pulled this, it's only giving me, not giving me the right numbers compared to this one. I don't know, that's strange. I'll do it like this. How many points would this be for 1R? I guess I can just look at my stop. You doing? So 1R would be 20 points. See if price is done manipulating. Keep an eye on oil while we wait. Need to see oil make a sharp move higher. And I want to see that contrast pick back up, right? The same inverse relationship that we've been noticing the past few months. You want to see that finally kick back in. It's 1 o'clock, bro. So imagine the market just manipulated from 9:30 to 1 a.m. I'm sorry, 1 p.m. And then now you get that fast correction back bearish. That's crazy, bro. Let me check silver as well. I want to know if there's any timestamps over here that could stop price from going lower. All right, so we got 2 a.m. right there. I'll keep an eye on that. What is going on with okay, yeah, so we're making that move over here as well. We should see a nice move lower here, ideally, man. Silver is moving faster than what we are, so we got to watch silver. All right, taking some risk off, not much, but moving my stop down about 5 or 6 points. Um, I'm looking at these levels here. I want to see how price responds. Stop. Let me see. All right, so what I'll do is, because of what time it is, I'm going to put my stop at about 400, 350 here or so. And I'm actually going to just take one of these off. So I'll buy back one of those. All right. Update VIP. And just let this play out, man. I want to see this volume imbalance hold up, or this bearish candle here send price lower. Price has been chopping a lot today, so that's why I think it's smart to just look at that. Take some profit, man. Stuff like that makes me want to go break even. But if you look, silver is nowhere near this. I would love to see it follow through, man. All right, so with that, VIP is updated. I closed out this trade on some of my accounts, but I'll let this one run here. Safe stop. Price gets above this EMA. Trade is probably over. But ideally, I would look for a strong continuation here. As we mentioned, gold is way overpriced coming into this PM session. I really don't want to hold this trade much longer based on what time it is. So I'm looking for a fast move here. My session is pretty much over now at this point. Well, actually, I'll take a break even on this because of what time it is, and we have EMA support, and we have a few bearish gaps. Yeah. Yeah, so I'm okay with the break even. It's Friday. Took a small partial. And we have this accumulation of order blocks here. 1 minute gaps and EMA support. If price gets through here, it's not worth holding. But overall, great read on today's market, man. Good patience. Make a little bit of money so far. Locked in some gains. Wish we would just get a follow through now, but market has been trash today, so still haven't taken out these highs yet. But look at what we're tapping on YM. We sold off over here. Yeah. Be smart. Yeah, break even is fine. And I'll let this run here. That'll be it for me. Drop a like on the stream if you guys were able to have a good trading session today. This week, perfect week for me. No losses this week. Only 2 trades, but still counts. Let's get ready for next week, man. Hopefully this war stuff is climaxing and should be over soon, I would hope. But cool.